Can sing the Namibian anthem, followed by the AU. Thank you. Okay, so technically what we're going to start with the first session, where I'm going to call our panel and as well as our moderator for the first session. They will introduce themselves and then as well introduce the theme for the first session. Ms. Sonia Kutia, please come forward. And then Ms. Amanda, please do come forward as well. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished guests and fellow changemakers. And Honourable from Parliament, thank you for joining us. It's an honour to join you at the Women and Youth-led Green Trade and Digital Innovation Summit for 2020. Today's conversation on AfCFTA and the future of Africa's green trade is more than a policy. It's about unlocking real opportunities for women and youth to lead Africa's green transition. It will cement the green trade and digital innovation as actionable growth for Africa rather than a green commodity and window dressing. AfCFTA gives us the framework, but innovation and collaboration will turn ambition into action Together, let's explore how digital tools, inclusive policies, and climate-smart entrepreneurship can transform barriers into bridges for sustainable growth across our continent. I am joined this morning by Ms. Amanda Mutia, I believe economics student at Namibia University of Science and Technology, but also very busy deputy country leader for AfCFTA and founder of Missing Piece. Is Ms. Mengela online? I'm not sure. All right. So let's dive into the topic for today. And one of the main topics of this conversation is how can the organization accelerate green trade? And I think one of the most concerns are the main barriers preventing Namibia's MSME market to participate and benefit from how AfCFTA has a framework, makes available opportunities, and how digital innovation helps. So from a legal policy perspective, which domestic gaps most hinder Namibian MSMEs?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amanda. Thank you for that question. First of all, I would like to define what the AfCFTA is, just for context and to make sure we are all on the same page. The African Continental Free Trade Area is an initiative or an agreement that aims to create the largest trade area. Its purpose is to make it easier and cheaper for African countries to trade with one another by simplifying rules, reducing tariffs, and creating a single African market of over 1.3 actually billion people in Africa. So the AfCFTA is basically a doorway to for Namibian MSMEs, but this doorway does not seem to accommodate everyone because we have barriers. First of all, I would say awareness and capacity. By awareness, I mean not every MSME in Namibia is aware of what the AfCFTA is and how they can benefit from it. By capacity, I mean the tariffs by the AfCFTA are not yet gazetted, so to say. So we still do not know what products qualify for reduced tariffs. So far, only one company in Namibia has traded through AfCFTA, so it's still in its grassroots. MSMEs do not really know what products, the quality of the products that they must trade through AfCFTA. And the other thing is the non-tariff barriers. The non-tariff mechanism is not yet, it's uneven. As I said, only one company, so not many people have reported non-tariff barriers, and we do not know how long it takes to solve these problems. I hope I answered the question.
I'm sure that our Member of Parliament may take note and take it to the House. We have a very innovative youth. I'm not sure if all of you know that we have at least 360 Namibian startups that's either in fintech, health tech, gov tech, automation. The talent is in Namibia, and these barriers need to be removed. I think if we look at it, how can we embed women and youth, and especially in the SME market, preferences and dispute resolutions, so that they can have access to this free trade? What is it that we need to do? Do we need to hold a masterclass? Do we need to bring the industry to Parliament? Do we need to bring legislation forward? What is it that is needed so that the youth and women in SMEs can benefit and actually trade freely, not just digitally but freely?
Well, first of all, I would say finance. There's lack of finance. If we finance the women and youth programs, mostly these businesses that are owned by women and youth, they're informal, they're tech friendly, so they're still small. If we finance them and give them digital literacy programs to let them know what is out there, what are the benefits of the AfCFTA, we can create online or social media shops. It doesn't have to be physical shops. They can trade online. So digital literacy programs will help women and youth. The other thing is to also include the rural people. Just because they're in the rural areas, it does not mean they do not have potential. There's so much out there, so we cannot leave them out. If we leave them out, then the gap of literacy will be wider.
Do you think that MICT's commitment and work with MTC to put up extra towers and consider Starlink as low orbital connectivity Also like Know to Grow Next Gen Entrepreneurs, Youth Innovators Showcase at the Namibia's MSME Forum, leveraging AfCFTA for cross-border growth. That was a lot of acronyms. I can share this later. Thank you very much, Ms. Amanda. Thank you very much, audience. Thank you for the opportunity, Elizabeth.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Ms. That was very informative, and thank you as well, Ms. Amanda. Very true. AFCT is unlocking opportunities, and I'm glad that we are able to actually once more again, as we all know, AfCFTA is unlocking opportunities for micro, small, medium enterprises, where it's connecting local, where it's okay. All right. Okay. So should I? Okay. So yes, as I was saying, AfCFTA is unlocking opportunities for micro, small, medium enterprises, not just for Namibians, but also for regional and international players. And it was quite very informative from the panel session that we just had. I would love to welcome Honorable Marlene Bakero from the MP, just to give us a keynote speech on behalf of Honorable Gaudentia Krone. Thank you.
Thank you. And good morning. My name is Marlene Bakera. I am a member of the 8th Parliament and also the chairperson of the Committee on Education, Youth and Civic Relations of the Republic of Namibia. Director of the program, good morning all. I'm looking around me this morning and I'm truly inspired by the determination of the women and young people gathered here this morning. It is an honor for me to be with you at the Women and Youth-led Green Trade and Digital Innovation Summit 2025. And I extend my warmest greetings to every participant, every partner, and supporter present here this morning. This summit convenes at a defining moment in Namibia's trajectory towards sustainable development, digital transformation, and inclusive economic growth. The themes guiding this engagement: African Continental Free Trade Area, AfCFTA integration, climate technology and hydrogen innovation, and digital innovation for sustainable growth, speaks directly to the opportunities and responsibilities before us. They resonate not only with Namibia's national priorities, but with Africa's broader vision for a resilient, competitive, and united continent. As the AfCFTA stands as one of the most transformative instruments of our time. For Namibian women and youth entrepreneurs, AfCFTA is not just a trade agreement. It is an open gateway to new markets, digital trade corridors, and continental value chains. By tapping into AfCFTA's single digital market, we can expand access to micro, small, medium enterprises, our MSMEs, support climate smart enterprises, and ensure that women-led innovations reach consumers across Africa. This is the Africa we are building, one where creativity, ambition, and enterprise moves freely and without limitation. At the same time, Namibia is emerging as a continental leader in green hydrogen and climate technology. Our natural assets position us at the forefront of Africa's green industrial revolution, but it is the creativity and skill of our people that will define our success. By embracing AI and advanced digital systems in climate technology, we unlock new opportunities for skills development, job creation, and clean energy production, ensuring that our green transition is sustainable, inclusive, and future-ready. Ladies and gentlemen, the third pillar of this summit, digital innovation, calls for a bold participation from our youth. Digital tools are reshaping every sector of our economy, from finance and governance to agriculture and manufacturing. With AI-enabled solutions supporting MSMEs, Namibia can position itself as a regional hub for sustainable digital trade. Today's presenters and innovators from across Africa remind us that our region is rich in talent, creativity, and resilience. As the Namibian government, our role is to create an enabling environment that accelerates these efforts. I therefore reaffirm our commitment to empower young leaders through transformative education, research, and digital skills, support women-led enterprises to seize opportunities with AfCFTA, and to cultivate a thriving ecosystem where green trade, climate technology, and digital innovation reinforce each other for a sustainable development. This summit is not only a space for dialogue, it is also a launch pad for action. I therefore urge you to carry the insights and partnerships built here today into our communities, institutions, and businesses. Let us transform them into policies, investments, and initiatives that will uplift every Namibian and contribute meaningfully to Africa's shared progress. I commend each of you for your dedication, passion, and consistent commitment to advancing a sustainable and prosperous Namibia and Africa. Let us press on with purposeful leadership and courageous innovation. Together we will build a greener, smarter, and inclusive future. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Merlin Bakera. That was very insightful. It's quite a privilege to actually have you here. So the next presentation will be actually online, presentation by Ms. Omfor. She's from Botswana and she's a businesswoman. She owns her own practice whereby she have a business in Herbalife. So she will give more insight on the presentation, and this is an opportunity for Namibians to actually take up, because they can either connect and collaborate. So she'll be joining us shortly. Thank you. Is there any questions so far from the first panel that just presented? Is there any questions from the audience? Directed to the panel that just took place just now earlier. Yes, I think we do have a question.
Morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Am I audible? Wonderful. Thank you so much to the panelists, to the moderator, and also to apologies. I'll start over again. Thank you so much to the panelists, to the moderator, and also to Ms. Elizabeth, who invited us today. The question that I have is, it goes back to what was already presented, but I want to understand a little bit more as to why we don't really hear a lot about AfCFTA. Because in my journey as a consultant so far, I've never really heard about it. I've only heard about it when I met Miss Elizabeth for the first time. And I've been in operations now for 8 years at the consultancy that I opened up. Another question maybe would be, what kind of product or services are we looking at when we are talking about trading at AfCFTA? So thank you. That's my question.
Thank you for the question. So the AfCFTA is still in its grassroots. Like I said, only one company has traded through AfCFTA in Namibia so far. This is why we're having these events, awareness. And the second question was the products and services. So for the products and services, we look at African products. As long as it's an African product, in Namibian context, we look at the Namibian products. As long as it's a Namibian produced good, then it qualifies to be traded through AfCFTA. I hope I answered your question. The services as well, as long as it's a Namibian service.
So there are no categories?
No.
Is there any other questions?
Perhaps we can share Amanda's details and the association. Perhaps we can share the details and contact details during the course of the day, displaying it, because I believe your question is not the only one in regard to why haven't you heard and how can you get in touch. So we can share that information, I believe. Please just note, I'm not part of that. I'm just an outsider, passionate about women and youth.
Thank you for that, Ms. Sonia. Is there any other question before we just take a 5-minute break? Is there any questions? No? Okay. So just quickly take a 5-minute break and then Ms. Onfo will be ready with her presentation. Thank you.
Good morning once again. Hello.
Yes, hi.
Can I start?
Okay, let me tell the production that we are ready, and then I will give you heads up. Like I'll keep track of your WhatsApp now. I'll say go ahead.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Welcome back again to the Women and Youth-led Green Trade and Digital Innovation. We have Ms. Omfor Sabiti, the CADC Regional Leader for the AfCFTA Youth Fellowship Founder and CEO of Amen Herbalds. So she will start off with her presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished leaders, honored excellencies, policymakers, innovators, investors, researchers, and fellow young African entrepreneurs. My name is Mpositiwe. I am an economist by profession and the founder and CEO at Amen Herbalds. a green manufacturing company that is rooted in Botswana's indigenous biodiversity. I am also honored to serve as the SADC regional leader of the African Continental Free Trade Area Youth Championship Fellowship for Cohort 3. This is a role that gives me the privilege of amplifying the voices, the solutions, and ambitions of millions of young entrepreneurs across our region. And today, I stand before you, not only as a CEO, not only as a youth leader, but as a Pan-African implementer. Because I realize that Africa does not lack potential. Africa lacks implementation. And my generation is here to implement, guided by the African Continental Free Trade Areas Protocol on trade in goods, trade in services, digital trade, women and youth in trade, and the broader agenda of building one African market. Next slide, please. Oh, okay. Keep the current slide. I grew up in a village where our mothers and grandmothers used indigenous herbs as medicine, fresh from the land, powerful, trusted, and effective. We boiled them, we brewed them, and we passed the knowledge generation to generation. But we did something contradictory. We brought imported chemical versions of the same plants that are growing right outside our yards. And as I grew older, I realized something yet so powerful, that we were not lacking the herbs. We were lacking the systems. As Africans, we had the knowledge, we had the plants, we had the people, but we did not have the value chains. We did not have the processing infrastructure, the digital access, or the market linkages to transform indigenous knowledge into a continental industry. And that realization, ladies and gentlemen, gave birth to Amen Herbals. Amen Herbals is built on the belief that African biodiversity is not an inheritance of the past. It is the economic engine of our future. Next slide. Okay, keep the current slide. Ladies and gentlemen, as I stand before you this morning, I want to say that 2025 was not a normal year for SADC. 2025 is the year that SADC decided that regional integration would no longer be a dream, but a deliverable. We have three major developments that changed the game for MSMEs, and the very first one being the AI-powered marketplace. The SADC Africa Trade and Investment Marketplace was upgraded with artificial intelligence and now has the capacity to host over 5,000 micro, small, medium enterprises and has over $150 million in facilitated deals and 1,200 youth-led firms added this year alone. For the first time, I can confidently say a herbal tea brand from Botswana can reach 16 markets with one click, fully aligned with the AfCFTA protocol in goods and services, which champions simplified cross-border access and reinforced by the AfCFTA protocol on digital trade, enabling our micro, small, medium enterprises to participate meaningfully in the digital economy. And for the first time, the African entrepreneur is not constrained by borders, but empowered by data. Next slide, please. In March of 2025, the coordinated border management strategy was rolled out along the Trans-Kalahari corridor, and the results are impressive. Exports and imports can now clear within an average of 4.5 hours. And we have introduced 24-hour operations in July, which has brought logistics costs down by at least 20%. And today, as I talk to you, Botswana and Namibia citizens cross using only their national identity cards, which is a practical demonstration of what the AfCFTA trade facilitation and customs cooperation provisions aim to achieve across our continent. And with that said, I believe we can agree that trade is no longer a theory, but trade is now a lived experience in SADC. And Namibia has become the first realistic regional market for many MSMEs in Botswana under the AfCFTA, including Amen Herbals. Next slide, please. The third major development came with the EU-funded Africa Trade Competitiveness and Market Access Program that was launched in July 2025. It aims to support 10,000 MSMEs, especially youth and women-led enterprises, to meet the export standards, to adopt digital tools, and to compete in regional and global markets. And we can say that micro, small, medium enterprises support is no longer a charity. MSME support is now an industrialization strategy that is aligned directly with the AfCFTA protocols, one in women and youth in trade, that is designed to remove the structural barriers that excluded the young African enterprises from the value chains. Next slide, please. And all this matters because as of now, when we talk about botanicals, Africa imports $4.8 billion worth of botanical products each and every year. Products that are made from the plants that we already have, the knowledge that we already hold, and the youth we already have. But this must end, and this will end. Our first global opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, is not overseas. Our first global opportunity is just over the border. Next slide, please. And with all that being said, allow me to introduce to you formally Amen Herbals. Amen Herbals is a Botswana-based business that is positioned itself to transform indigenous plants into high-value wellness products, including herbal teas, botanical tinctures, plant-infused botanical oils, cold-pressed herbal beverages, ointments, and other functional supplements that are currently going through scientific testing. We work with extraordinary African medicinal plants such as Myrothymnus flabellifolia, which is well known as the resurrection plant. We are conducting a cultivation pilot, and we have a proposed partnership with the National Agricultural Research and Development Institution together with the Community Trust in Manyana. And through this partnership, we aim to empower young female farmers and strengthen community-driven biodiversity stewardship. At Amen Herbals, we acknowledge that these plants are not just our ingredients. They are our intellectual property. They are our identity, and they are African science. We build green African value chain from community cultivation to processing and to digital distribution. We are not exporting leaves. We are not exporting knowledge. We are exporting culture. We are exporting identity. Next slide, please. Today, my session was actually to focus on digital trade. So allow me to now show you how we are already using the digital tools ahead of our official launch that is to be in March 2026. At this stage, we are intentionally building our digital presence through Facebook and TikTok, platforms that have already pushed our reach far beyond Botswana through simple storytelling, behind-the-scenes content, community engagement, and we have attracted interest from South Africa, we have interest from Namibia, Zambia, and Tanzania. And we have actually had customers from as far as Ukraine and India. And this is well before our products have officially entered the market. Our launch strategy is quite clear. In March, we will onboard our products into the SADC Africa Trade continent. To prepare for this expansion, we are already analyzing demands, we are analyzing consumer behavior and content engagement. We use AI currency, shared ownership, and incentives for local processing. We believe that we cannot build African industries with extractive mindsets. We need inclusivity. The second pillar is on job creation for youth and women through youth-run micro-farms, women-led cultivation clusters, and roles in processing, quality control, logistics, and research. Because we stand by the belief that our youth do not need handouts. Our youth need high-value opportunities. And our third pillar is on land restoration. We aim to restore at least 500 hectares of degraded lands by 2030 through reintroducing indigenous species, strengthening stewardship, and boosting rural productivity. Amen Hubbles is committed to healing the land because we believe if we heal the land will heal our economies. Next slide, please. Allow me to take you through our regional expansion roadmap. We have segmented this into 4 stages. The first one will be the deep digital penetration into regional marketplaces. The second one will include strong distribution partnerships. And the third one, micro-processing hubs across SADC. And the fourth, continental expansion through the AfCFTA guided trade initiative, which operationalizes preferential trading, applies AfCFTA protocols in real markets, and gives our micro, small, medium enterprises the first realistic pathway to continental scale. Scaling is not about becoming bigger. Scaling is about becoming smarter, faster, and regionally aligned. Next slide, please. Hello? Okay, looks like our slides are down. Elizabeth? For the sake of time, let me just continue without the slides. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let me just continue without the slides. Before I close, allow me to honor our host country, Namibia. Namibia is becoming the heartbeat of Southern Africa's green and digital trade revolution. From border efficiency to hydrogen innovation to youth-led climate solutions to digital-ready MSMEs. Namibia is proving that regional integration is not a policy. Actually, it is a pathway. And as I conclude, I want to leave every MSME here with 4 digital tools that will define the entrepreneurs of the future. The first tool that I advise you leverage on is marketplace listings. Make use of the digital payment systems, make use of data analytics and digital storytelling. And these are the new African business passports. And I believe that every young entrepreneur deserves one. And also to the micro, small, medium enterprises once again, digitize, formalize, regionalize your operations, and actively leverage on the AfCFTA instruments, the instrument on rules of origin, the instrument on schedules of tariff concessions, protocol on women and youth in trade, and protocol on digital trade. Because these are not just policy documents, these are business tools, and they are Africa's new competitive advantage. And as I stand here as the SADC regional leader under the African Continental Free Trade Area Youth Championship Fellowship, I honor the team, a youth-led Pan-African movement that ensures that integration is not an event, but it is a daily practice. And in my final words, I want to say that Africa's green economy will not build itself. We must be bold enough to build it together because this is our market, this is our moment, and this is our Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, for that was a very well presentation. We just had a clinched in terms of audio. I think at some point you are sort of like disconnected. However, I will ask the audience if there is any questions or if anyone online has any questions for you. We'll take at least 3 questions within the next 5 minutes, and then we'll take a break before the next presentation. So how about we first start with the ones on online? Is there anyone with a question online?
I got a question from Onkosilati Goma. And the question is...
Just quickly hold on, because there's a question online. I mean, a part of the audience, sorry. Are you able to hear me on phone?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Onfo, can you hear us?
I can only hear you, Elizabeth, but as for the audience, I cannot. You are the only audible person.
Okay.
Hello, good day.
Okay, no, thank you very much. The fellow that wanted to ask a question online, can please go ahead?
He actually wrote the question in the chat, so I think I can answer the question. It's almost the same question as if we are open to expansion into countries like Zimbabwe. For partnerships at this moment, I just want to say, if you're interested in proposing any partnership with us, please don't hesitate to send us an email with your proposal, and we are open to partnerships. We can meet and discuss post the event. I will just text the email address in the chat for those online, and for those that are attending physically, I will ask Elizabeth to please kindly share the last slide. It has the company email address that they can use to share. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Was that it?
May please come again?
Sorry, was
yes,
that it? Was that the only question that was posed?
Yes, that was the only question that was posted.
Okay.
For your presentation, we highly do appreciate the fact that you were able to share insights on how we can actually collaborate and partner as Namibians, and in collaboration with yourself from Botswana. It's actually a great route, and those are the reasons why we're having this platform, in order to open up opportunities using AfCFTA, because it's a free trade continental trade area. Back. Okay. Yes. Yes. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Okay. No, thank you very much. Highly appreciate it. So for now, we'll just take a small break, and then we'll continue with Sandy's presentation as well from Botswana.
And I'm actually very excited to hear from the next presenter because it's digital, and that is going to connect how we enable actually to sell our products via online. Thank you.
So welcome back again. So we have our next presenter that's going to showcase the role of tech in agro-innovation enterprises and and how we can unlock AfCFTA. So our presenter is from Botswana. Her name is Tamelo Sandy Malemo, and the floor is hers. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Kindly confirm if you're able to hear me.
I can hear you.
Hello. All right, perfect.
I can hear you.
Awesome. All right. So let me just start by introducing myself. My name is Tlamelo Sindi. I'm the founder of Softberry Solutions and Sabaha Africa, by two. But in terms of my background is I am a digital transformation expert. I've worked across Africa in terms of implementing digital transformation and technology for development in order to advance countries and so on and so forth. Before I branched out into starting my own company. So that is who I am and what I do. So today we'll be speaking about the AfCFTA and the future of African green trade, showcasing the role of tech and agro-innovation enterprises within within the continent. So I'm going to feature one of my companies, which is called Sabaha Africa. I'll introduce what Sabaha Africa is as we continue and as we progress. All right, so in today, what we will basically be covering is we just want to explore how Africa tech and agro-innovation enterprises are shaping the future of green trade under the AfCFTA, with an example highlighting the work of Sabaha Africa. And also the goal is to understand not only the policy framework, but the practical opportunities emerging for entrepreneurs, SMEs, and green innovators. So today we'll start off with our agenda, which is we'll touch on a brief introduction on the AfCFTA, and then we'll go on to explore why green trade is essential for Africa's future. Then we'll also highlight the role of technology and agro-innovation in achieving sustainability. And then I'll highlight Sabaha Africa as a case study demonstrating real-world impact. And then lastly, we'll look at the opportunities, challenges, and recommendations that we can look into whilst implementing this. So the AfCFTA, I believe the last speaker has told us what it is. It's currently the largest free trade area in the world by numbers of countries, because Africa has 54/55, depending on if you're Morocco or not. Those who know. So that is how large the number of countries are there within the AfCFTA, sorry. Yes. So, and also it covers 1.3 billion people. So that 1.3 billion people that are being affected and impacted by this agreement. So as we know, it aims to boost intra-Africa trade by up to 52% by reducing tariffs and harmonizing regulations. For example, by the time we have implemented this, it will be easy for someone who's in Botswana or Kenya to without any challenges, without them having to go through so much regulations and so on and so forth, because it's actually more difficult to export in Africa than it is to export to a Western country. So by this agreement, we'll be harmonizing and bringing everything into one place. So The key pillars are market integration, industrialization, and value chains. Just as the last speaker has spoken, she touched base on this, that, we want to develop regional value chains, which are very critical for agriculture, textiles, cosmetics, and green products, and many other things. It will be easy for us to move one product from one country to the other and be able to solve a lot of challenges that we have. So the next one, why green trade matters. Why do we need green trade? Firstly, for climate resilience, in order to reduce, the climate vulnerability that we're currently going through in different in our different regions, and so on and so forth. So green trade will help us reduce that risk if we are able to follow the green protocols and green trade protocols. We'll be able to sustain and be able to keep our environment. The next one is sustainable agriculture, obviously, such as climate smart farming, which will help farmers withstand droughts and unpredictable weather. That way we'll be able to produce more and be able to also sustain ourselves in the long run and not be forced to depend on, other people to feed us. For example, a solar powered irrigation in Kenya reduces diesel usage and ensures year round production. So imagine, instead of depending on fuel, now you depend on something that you get free, which is the sun. So that is why it's important to promote green trade and why it really matters. Then the next thing is it promotes a secular economy. So for those that do not know, it simply means that we would be able to sell and buy back. It would be able to move the money around everybody instead of the money moving in one section. So now we'll be able to move move the money around. An example would be like recycling agricultural waste into packaging or compost. For example, if we looked at things such as sun-dried tomatoes, when your tomatoes they're about to go to waste, instead of throwing them away or so on and so forth, you can just simply turn them into sun-dried tomatoes and sell them as packaged, or into a puree, etc. So will you still be able to increase what you have with the little that you have? And then the next thing is reduce carbon footprint in production and logisticizing for future growth. So it's very important that global buyers are demanding sustainable products. Africa must meet the market expectation. So with whatever that we're doing, we still need to meet the market expectation, but we need to do it in a safer and healthier way that we are able to preserve our continent and our products and still be able to access other markets. Yes?
Sandy?
Yes?
So sorry, can you please just, your screen, right? Your slides are not moving. Also, can you just outsize it? If possible, please.
I didn't get that.
Your slides were not moving when you're presenting, and also if you can just outslide, can you zoom them?
Okay,
can you make it big? Can you make that screen big?
Yes, I thought I did on my end, but let me do it again.
Okay.
Okay. Just a second. Please let me know if it has increased.
Still the same. Or can I share it from my end?
I think that would be better.
Okay, you can always just tell me next to slide next, okay?
Yes.
At this point, which slide are you at?
At the, sorry. the green, why green trade matters. I was just about to move on to the next one. So I think we can go to Africa's tech and agro-innovation landscape. Okay. I think whilst we're waiting for the slides to be shared, we can still proceed with the next one. So the next slides that we are now focusing on is Africa's tech and agro innovation landscape. I will ask, I'll definitely ask Elizabeth to share the slides once she's done, so that we can all get an opportunity to appreciate what you have, what you might have missed in terms of the presentation. But fear not, I was just getting started. Yeah, I think you're presenting the previous speaker's slides. May you kindly change them? Okay. 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 Kindly switch the, okay, there we go. All right. Perfect. Okay, sorry for the disturbance. Please bear with me. We'll get to it. Okay, but just for the interim time, we can proceed. So the next slides, like I said, is Africa's tech and agro-innovation landscape, where here basically we want to discuss how, basically the agri-tech is in Africa, across Africa, is currently booming. So there's a rapid rise of agri-tech startups, and we've seen quite a lot of them. For example, in Kenya, there's Trigger Foods, who are digitizing food distribution. And then we have Hello Tractor, which uses IoT to connect farmers to tractors on demand. So basically, we really need the use of digital tech in order to, achieve some of these things and still be able to maintain green trade. So with the help of technology, we would still be able to basically, have a sustainable environment. We are at slide 5. If we may just go there. Okay, slide 5. Yes. So another thing, the next point is digital marketplaces are transforming trade. So nowadays we are seeing the rise of e-commerce. We're seeing more, spaces that have been created for, moving and moving products in a digital environment. So e-commerce is driving the heart of, the heart of agro tech and so many other things that could enhance and bring the AfCFTA agreement into play. Please go to slide 5 if you may. That's where I currently am. All right. Anyway, let me continue. And then the other thing that we need to look into is yes, Elizabeth, please go ahead.
What's the title of the slide?
Slide number 5, Africa's and agro-innovation landscape.
Sorry, did you say Africa's tech?
Africa's tech and agro-innovation landscape.
Yes, that's what's displaying. Can you see? Oh, it's showing showcase. Okay.
No, it's not. Okay. All right. Should I proceed?
Yes, please just continue in the meantime.
All right. So, as I was saying, we are exploring the current landscape of, Africa's tech and agro-innovation. So another thing is renewable energy is power and production. So nowadays we're moving from relying on electricity, and we are now moving into relying on renewable energy, such as using solar drying, solar cold rooms, and this is powering efficient production. I've seen it happen in Nigeria. I've seen it happen in Kenya and in other parts of Africa, where now we're not necessarily relying on electricity, which is expensive and unreliable because there are many power cuts. Now, with the help of solar technology, we're able to still produce and even produce more, because now we're not limited in terms of what we're doing. Then another thing is AI and IoT are enabling smart farming. So we're now in a place where we can be able to produce more, produce efficiently, and produce more and yield more, because we're now using and relying on AI and IoT. Now we're able to predict whether the weather patterns through the help of AI, optimize planting cycles, and reduce waste as well through things such as solar drying. These innovations are making African products more competitive and environmentally friendly. So can we move to the next slide? Okay, yeah, let's move on to the next slide, please. Yes. So the next slide, yeah, thank you very much. This is where I'm going to be introducing Sabaha Africa, which is a company that I've founded and I currently run. It is a Botswana-based enterprise, that is currently driving African products into global value chains. So Sabaha Africa essentially is a platform that is dedicated to strictly selling African products to global markets and also to regional markets. So if you have any product that you're producing, just go to www.sabahaafrica.com, register there, and start selling across the world. So it's more like an Amazon or an Alibaba, but focused on African products, because we now want to close that gap where we don't have goods moving across the continent, and make it easy for people to know that, okay, they can get this product at this particular country. So our focus is on sustainably sourced African goods, because we want high quality African products while empowering artisans, farmers, and small scale producers. That is our core mission. We want to ensure that we are in a position to deliver those goods. We empower local producers and artisans as well. So we support women-led, cooperatives producing different products such as reed baskets and so on and so forth. Let's continue to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. Can we move to the next slide?
Yes, just continue. I'll move to the next one now.
Okay. All right. So slide. Yes, the next slide focuses on contribution to green trade, Sabaga's contribution to green trade. As I said, we'll be using Sabaga Africa as, our case study today. So at Sabaga Africa, we support eco-friendly production standards. We ensure that not only in terms of production, also in terms of logistics, our logistics partners ensure that at the same time as we are implementing trade within Africa, we are not harming the environment, and we also encourage our vendors to still stick to eco-friendly production standards. We don't want to harm the environment, and we want to be in a position where we're able to still maintain, maintain these standards as well. So that is what we do at Sabaga Africa. Sabaga Africa uses digital platforms to connect rural producers to wider markets, reducing dependence on middlemen and promoting transparent supply chains. As we know, Africa, yes, we have a lot of rural entrepreneurship, which is not captured and does not participate quite a lot in the economy and driving the economy. So our platform is designed also to try and close that gap. We try our level best to not only reach urban markets, but also reach, reach vendors and buyers in rural areas as well. So that is why we've even decided to, instead of using the normal DHLs and so on and so forth, we've partnered with local, with African local logistics companies, so that they can be able to drive the market because they understand it better, and be able to connect even rural producers and be able to reach them. That is why that is one of the things we've done. We promote environmentally responsible supply chains. We don't want supply chains that will end up affecting people and their livelihoods. So by doing so, we strengthen livelihoods and protect natural ecosystems. So for example, a basket weaving collective uses sustainably harvested palm leaves, now sells across multiple African countries through Sabaga Africa. And one other amazing thing is actually baskets are in demand they're in demand in China, and we have many producers of them in the continent. Yet there is no channel of taking them from Africa to China. Hence why we've developed Sabaga Africa. So let's move on to the next slide, please. And the next slide covers tech-driven opportunities under the AfCFTA. Digital trade platforms like Sabaga Africa, that is one of the opportunities that are there. You can build any other trade platform, such as an agri-tech trade platform, such as a cosmetic trade platform, so many of them that you can build that maybe focuses on one industry, unlike us where we are a marketplace. So you can actually build more digital trade platforms, because that is the easiest and cheapest way that we can bring the AfCFTA into implementation. Then the next thing is Pan-African logistics optimization. We want to ensure that we bridge the gap. Sorry for that. We bridge the gap because currently there is no company in Africa that covers the entire continent in terms of logistics except DHL, Aramex, and so on and so forth. None of them are African-based companies, and they don't understand our market. They don't understand our countries. Therefore, there is an opportunity there if you're into logistics, or if you have any, any aspirations of going into logistics. There is a huge gap there that needs to be closed down. So that is one of the opportunities that are currently there. Cross-border e-commerce, like Sabaha Africa, and other platforms like Jumia, etc. It enables for cross-border e-commerce, cross-border trade. Now, shea butter, for example, it's very difficult to get shea butter from Ghana as someone who's in Botswana. But now when we have e-commerce platforms, I'm able to buy without having to go to Ghana, find a vendor and all those things, and flight costs, etc. Now through that, we're able to do it in the most cheapest and effective way. Another thing, sustainable sourcing verification tools. That is what is there in the current opportunity. In fact, I would encourage anyone that is here today to consider doing a business there. There is currently a huge gap in terms of sustainable sourcing verification tools. So if you are able to produce those tools, you'd be able then to implement them at borders, implement them everywhere, and are able to then access a market. Mind you, there's 1.3 billion people on the continent, and imagine how many sales are going on and how many people need products, and there is nobody doing that currently. So you'd be able to close that gap. And I added this one, fintech and cross-border payments. This one is very, very important. It is currently, there is no unified platform in Africa that is currently able to encourage cross-border payments. Yes, there are fintech startups that are there, but they're usually focused on small regions. So you need to dream big and cover the entire continent, have a stripe that is dedicated to the continent in order to, process transactions and enable people to pay, and also understand the market of Africa. We are not a banked population. In fact, Africa has a high unbanked population. So partner with your mobile money, companies, services, and implement it. There's a business opportunity there, and you're able to then, facilitate cross-border payments and reach as many African countries as you can. Can we move on to the next slide? Yes. So an example that I would give under that is a green logistics company might consolidate deliveries from multiple SMEs into shipment, cutting costs, and, environment impact. So that is something that you can do if you are into logistics. Yes, can we kindly have the next slide? Yes, the next slide is in terms of agro-innovation opportunities. Climate smart agriculture, like drought-resistant seed varieties, which is very vital at the moment with the current climate change and us being under a lot of experiencing a lot of challenges due to the climate change. So we need seeds that are able to resist, seeds that we can plant and know that, okay, during drought season or when rain is no longer reliable, we are still able to feed the nation. So we need to look into that as well. The next opportunity that is there, organic certification and traceability. Like I said, nobody's doing this, but if you're able to build a company that does this, you are literally going to be able to close a gap and help farmers, help other entrepreneurs, and so on and so forth, to be able to be certified as organic, so that when they are selling to countries like the US, countries like China, UK, etc., they know that they have that certification and it is traceable. Then another opportunity is regional value chain strengthening. By us, that agro-innovation encourages regional value chain strengthening, because now we'll be moving, products from point A to point B. I had people asking a question from the previous speaker that, are you able to expand to other African countries? Well, if she registers as a vendor on Sabaha Africa, she would be able to then, reach, her products reach other countries such as Zimbabwe, Malawi, etc. And also, if you look at let me give an example of raw moringa, which is currently grown in Malawi. It can be processed and turned into powder in Zambia and then packaged and sold through Sabaha Africa, which is a Botswana-based platform. That way we have a regional value chain and we are able to strengthen it as well. And then the next thing is export expansion for green products. As we said, these integrations create green jobs, especially for women and youth. Can we kindly have the next slide, please? Yes, back to Sabaha Africa's digital platform. It is an e-commerce platform. Just go to www.sabahaafrica.com. It enables trade of authentic African products. We don't want to sell products from Western countries and so on and so forth. We want to showcase our raw products, and the quality and, the quality of production that we have. For example, if you taste the Keriko tea and Keta Pride tea from Kenya, it's one of the best teas you'll ever have in the entire world. If you taste coffee from Senegal, Ghana, Kenya, Burundi, and Ethiopia, many countries in East Africa, they have the best tasting coffee in the world. So we want to be able to celebrate and also showcase the kind of quality we have in our continent. How can I forget to mention, if you want the best biltong, you can have it in Botswana or Namibia. So we need to showcase these products. Another thing is it strengthens producer capacity. So by us having such a platform, we are able to, strengthen producer capacity. The more demand you have, the more encouragement you have to produce more and increase your production and essentially grow your business as well. And also we include storytelling, quality checks, brand support, and digital onboarding in order to be able to have as many, authentic and as strong businesses as we can. We also encourage sustainable harvesting and manufacturing, to be able to help, buyers identify products that are aligned with green standards. So may we kindly move to the next slide while I give an example. An example will be a honey producer using eco-friendly beekeeping methods receives product listing support, access to training, and entry into regional markets. So what are the challenges that need to be addressed? Firstly, infrastructure gaps. And that is why we've built Sabaha Africa, to try and bridge that gap. But there's a whole lot more that needs to be done. Infrastructure gaps. We don't even have a regional train in the SADC region, or even in West Africa. In fact, anywhere in Africa, in any region in Africa, there is no transportation system that connects, that is 100% reliable. I'll give an example. When we were traveling when we were going just a couple of months ago to the US Business Africa Summit in Angola, I was looking for flights and even bus alternatives. And trust me when I tell you, there is no direct bus from Botswana or flight to Angola, yet we're not that far from each other. And even worse, Zambia and Angola are neighboring countries, and there is no direct flight between both countries. Meaning, how are people moving goods from their country to their neighboring country, which I found very interesting. And even the flights between Namibia and Angola were 3 times in a week. And I was like, wow. So there's no daily flight that is connecting the continent. So what more of other things? So we need to look into closing those infrastructure gaps. Another thing is regulatory harmonization. You know, regulatory differences across our countries create bottlenecks for SMEs. For example, in this country, you're able to do this, then in the next, it's not accepted, it's not allowed, and so on and so forth. This, you know, creates, you know, a lot of barriers to market access and being able to, you know, sell and produce in the next country. And then access to financing. This one is very important. A lot of people need access to funding, access to money to be able to, you know, to be able to run their businesses, move products from one point to the other. You know, a farmer wanting to transition to solar powered irrigation may have, you know, to face high upfront costs. And you'd find that even certain governments don't even support that. In Botswana, I know they only pay 50%. So you need to raise the other 50% in order to, you know, be able to get solar irrigation, solar powered irrigation, and so many other services, you know. And lastly, producer readiness for export is also an issue because many need support with packaging, certification, and meeting export quality demands. Let's move on to the next slide. I am drawing closer to completing the, you know, my presentation today. So the recommendation is invest in digital infrastructure. Like I said, if you invest in digital infrastructure, it cuts a lot of costs. Yes, implementing it might be slightly expensive, but in the long run, it you know, cuts a lot of costs. So African governments and partners must prioritize digital infrastructure, including last mile connectivity. We need someone in the rural village to be able to still access the internet, you know, to be able to trade online because the world is moving into a digital space. And then develop green certification hubs. We need those in the continent, you know, establish green certification hubs to help SMEs meet standards affordably instead of having to travel to the city or travel to the next country. I know right now testing of certain products in Botswana is not done in Botswana, it's done in South Africa. So you have to now ship your products to South Africa to be tested there, which is quite costly and, you know, it's very expensive. And then the next thing is we need to build capacity for SMEs and rural producers. You know, we need to invest in capacity building programs for producers, for women and youth as well, to be able to help them align with the requirements of, you know, the world and where it's moving. Then we need public and private partnerships for regional scaling. We need to have the private sector partner with governments, you know, for example, Sabaha Africa must collaborate with governments, NGOs, and logistics companies to drive scaling. In order for us to achieve what we desire, we all need to come together and partner and work together. So let us move on to the last slide, which is the conclusion. So we'll be looking at the future outlook and conclusion. You know, sorry, I think I might have made a mistake on this slide. Please allow me to use mine. So sorry for that. Yeah, I think, yeah, I made a bit of a mistake on this one. Open it up. I'm so sorry for that. Okay, here we go. So in terms of the future outlook and the conclusion, AfCFTA presents a transformative opportunity. Definitely it gives us an opportunity to you know, create new jobs, transform trade, and build a resilient green economy. That is what the AfCFTA agreement is currently, you know, giving us an opportunity to do. The next one is green trade is both an economic and environmental necessity. We definitely need to ensure that in as much as we want to trade and get money, we still preserve the environment. We still take care of our environment, because the future needs it. Our future needs it. Our children are going to be living in this very same environment, so we don't need to destroy it. We need to ensure that we've put enough protocols to preserve it. So technology and agro innovation are at the heart of this transformation, so we need to definitely have that. Enterprises like Sabaha Africa can lead this movement. So the future of African green trade is not distant. It is being built right now by innovators, farmers, and entrepreneurs across the continent. So thank you very much. If you'd like to get in contact with me, I believe Elizabeth will share my details with you. So thank you very much for having me. That is it from me. If there are any questions, I'm open to taking them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandy. Can you hear me?
I'm done now.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, but you're echoing.
Can you still hear me? Can you hear me now?
You are still echoing. I think you can stop sharing.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, even though there's still an echo.
Okay, so I guess I won't use the speaker, okay?
Yeah.
All right, no, thank you very much for your presentation. It was very informative. Is there any questions on the floor? None? Everything was clear. Okay, that was a very good presentation indeed. Is there any questions online? Are there any questions online, maybe in the chat? Okay, none. So we're going to take a short break, 10 minutes for coffee, and then we'll get back with the presentation by Mr. Jeremiah online. And then after the presentation, then we'll have our special guest, special guest of honor, and then lunch. And then after lunch, we'll continue session 2. But we'll try to speed it up because we are a bit behind time. Thank you. afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back again after the short break to the Women and Youth-led Green Trade and Digital Innovation. Our lineup presenter is Mr. Jeremiah Giwanwa, the CEO of Atlantic Accountants and Advisors. He will also introduce himself. He's going to present on the Women and Youth-led Green Trade and Digital Innovation, obviously. So please do enjoy his presentation. Thank you.
Elizabeth?
Yes? You may start.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jeremiah Ngiwanwa, and I am the CEO of Atlantic Accountants and Advisors. First of all, I would like to give my much appreciation for this initiative, especially with the emphasis on women and youth-led green trade and digital innovation summit for 2025. I believe that's the key focus, which is women and youth in business or entrepreneurs. Your Excellencies, distinguished policymakers, industry leaders, and MSME champions, colleagues, and friends, good afternoon. I will be presenting to you on the topic of policy and finance advocate, demonstrating how MSMEs can leverage AfCFTA to drive sustainable green trade through innovative accounting and advisory solutions. Next slide, please. It is an honor to present before you today at a moment when Africa is not just talking about future, but we are engineering it. At the center of this transformation stands one of the most powerful economic instruments of our time, the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is AfCFTA. Next slide. I've broken down my topic for today, which is leveraging AfCFTA to drive sustainable green trade, how MSMEs can benefit through innovative accounting and advisory solutions, policy and finance advocate, so that we are able to understand how these three topics really integrate and how they are interconnected, and the importance of it in the AfCFTA environment. Next slide, please. With AfCFTA, Africa is building the largest free trade zone in the world by number of countries. First of all, Africa consists of 1.3 billion people, the combined GDP exceeding 3.4 trillion and limitless potential. But let me say clearly, ladies and gentlemen, AfCFTA will not transform Africa unless MSMEs, our micro, small and medium enterprises are fully empowered to drive change. Next slide. Because MSMEs are not just participants in our economy, they are the economy. They account for more than 80% of jobs, the majority of our new innovators, and potential portions of our regional trade. Yet today, SMEs at the crossroads. Next slide. On one side, they face barriers as well. Fragmented markets, high cost of compliances, limited access to finance, information gaps, and the growing urgency to cooperate sustainably. On the other side, they stand before an unprecedented opportunity to become the heartbeat of Africa's green revolution. Next slide. The convergence of AfCFTA and the green trade. Across the world, markets are evolving. Consumer demand sustainably. Investors demand ESG transparency. If you decide to do business with somebody who's in another country, they demand ESG transparency. As an SME, we need to know this so that we are able to compete on the global and African market. Climate commitments are reshaping the way goods are produced, transported, financed, and reported. This global shift is not a threat to African MSMEs. It is an invitation to lead the renewable energy adoption, in circular manufacturing, in climate-smart agriculture, in eco-friendly logistics, and in carbon-conscious cooperations. Next slide. AfCFTA provides the runway, a harmonious trading environment where African products, African services, and African innovations can move freely, powered by green, inclusive economic growth. Next slide. Indeed, there are missing links within the African market. Innovative accounting and advisory solutions. But let's be honest, ambition alone will not deliver green trade. Policy alone will not guarantee participation. Trade protocols alone will not lift MSMEs. We need systems. We need tools. We need innovative accounting and advisory modes that translate opportunity into action. Next slide. Today, innovative accounting, financial advisory, and policy advocates are not just bookkeepers. They are catalysts of competitiveness. They equip MSMEs with the ability to build carbon awareness models. Next slide. Through sustainability accounting, carbon budgeting, and the life cycle cost analysts. With this simplified, you need to formalize your business as an entrepreneur. In order for you to compete, you need to adhere to policies. You need to make sure that you are compliant in all costs so that you can build trust with other investors and other entrepreneurs across the African continent. Unlock green finance by aligning business plans with climate fund requirements, impact investing metrics, and ESG reporting standards. Meet AfCFTA documentation and compliance standards in order to compete. Next slide, please. Through digital reporting tools, export readiness diagnostics, and governance structures that inspire investors' confidence. I can give an example of my business, for example, startup. The traditional accounting requires a client to walk in, give the documents, but in the new era, you don't need that. Client can be in South Africa, can be in Rwanda, can be anywhere in the SADC region, so that they can just forward you the documents. And then you do the bookkeeping, or you provide a service to them in the solution. Strengthen transparency and trust by implementing integrated reporting framework that communicate financial, social, and environmental performance with high clarity. Transition from informal to formal markets. Next slide, please. Using advisory solutions that simplify taxation and cross-border compliance. In short, innovative accounting is the language of modern trade. And if MSMEs are to compete, they must become fluent. Next slide. The future we are building. Imagine in Africa where a small organic farm in Namibia can export sustainably certified products to Ghana with seamless documentation. Imagine a Kenya solar startup expanding across border because the financial reporting speaks the language of global green investors. Imagine a Nigerian waste energy MSME receiving climate financing because the advisory support helped them quantify impact and standardize reporting. Ladies and gentlemen, imagine a Pan-African supply chain where every product carries a sustainable footprint that is trusted across all 54 member states. This is not fiction. This is Africa we are building. This is the Africa after makes possible. This is the Africa MSMEs will lead. Next slide, please. A call to action, but none of this will happen automatically. We need to act boldly and collaboratively. Policymakers need to create incentives for green investments. They need to simplify compliance for MSMEs, and they need to champion sustainability reporting framework that are accessible and digital. To financial institutions need to design green financial products specifically for MSMEs. They need to reward transparency. They need to reward innovation, and they need to reward sustainability in order for us to work together and to compete. To accountants and advisors, they need to step into the new roles as architects of green competitiveness. Your work will determine whether MSMEs merely will survive or truly scale. To MSMEs, embrace innovation, embrace sustainability, embrace AfCFTA, not as a policy document, but as your gateway to regional prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, next slide. Africa is rising. The world is shifting. The MSME is empowered with the right accounting tools, the right advisory support, and the right policy environment will be the backbone of green, sustainable, and integrated African economy. Let us seize the moment. Let us build a continent where trade is not just free, but fair, green, inclusive, and transformation. Together and after, we can redefine Africa's economic future, one sustainable MSME at a time. I would like to indicate that for SMEs, MSME entrepreneurs, you need to pivot. If your business model is not working, you need to pivot. Integrate your goals to the African sustainable goals. Align your business model to what Africa is, where Africa is heading to. You need to be able to take serious risk. You must be able to go out of your comfort zone, and you must be able to live uncomfortably if we have to walk this road together. Women who are doing business in a man's world, they must be able to adjust. They must be able to live uncomfortably, because that's the path which such as this, in order for you to learn from other entrepreneurs who are equally reliant as you. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, for MSMEs, you must be able to be transparent. Your business needs to be run professionally, and it must be able to meet the standards of AfCFTA, and it must be able to meet the standards of the country which you are living in. Thank you. Elizabeth, I believe that I'm open to some questions if there are any, and if there are any other questions, my email will be provided to you by the team on the ground.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, no, thank you very much for the presentation. It was quite very informative in terms of services that are needed that can be provided in the accounting space. I think it goes back to what Sandy said when it comes to being innovative with climate services hubs, where one can implement proper regulatories and compliances when it comes to giving off accounting. And the stressing of transparency, trust is very vital. Is there any questions from the audience on the floor? Okay, there's a question for you on the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Afternoon, and thank you for your presentation. I'm not sure if perhaps this question is directly for you, but it's perhaps directly for you because I'm asking it in terms of environmental and natural resource economics. I've listened to presentations. We are talking about sustainability. We are talking about eco-friendly. And I would like to ask, in terms of now to achieve this sustainability under the AfCFTA, how does it look like in a governance way in terms of economics? For an example, how are we going to enforce it for transparency purposes? Are we going to look at market-based initiatives? Is it command and control? Or how does it look like? Perhaps it's just a dilemma that I would want to understand. Do we have an environmental chapter somewhere under the environment and trade where we ensure that we do not cause a market failure if we do not, ensure compliance in terms of environment, economics, and trade? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if I will try to answer your question best, how best I understand it. Basically, with the environmental sustainable goals and with standards, environmental standards, it depends on the type of business that you embark on. If you are in agribusiness, for example, you must be able to meet the environmental standards. If you are in a service business, you must be able to meet the policies which are set aside. For example, if you are in a financial institution, you must be able to be registered with FIA or FIC to make sure that when your lending policies are aligned to the lending policies of Namibia, for example, and the lending policies of Africa and the global standards, they all speak in one language. So you must align yourself with that. If you are in research or if you are in recycle-based business, you must be able to choose your environment, and you must be able to meet the policies set up by either the municipality or local authority or the Ministry of Environment. And those certifications will then be able to help you to gain recognition of other equally businesses that are in Africa or investors. It's an indication that your business is formal, it's official, and it's meeting all the standards which are set up by the respective institutions. I'm not sure if I have covered your question. Thank you.
No, thank you so much for your presentation. We'll move on to the next agenda. Thank you very much. We may clap hands for him, please. So next up, we have our special guest of honor, Dr. Jane Arpit. He is the head at NIST and is it Indian-Namibian collaboration. He'll introduce himself more. He was also part of the panel again last year for the Women-Led AI Sustainability Youth Summit that took part. And today he will give us a master class regarding unlocking AfCFTA in the green trade industry. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Elizabeth. Good afternoon, everyone. Are we alive? All right. Thank you. Let me just give you a bit of background. I'll take just a few minutes while the presentation is on. I'm Dr. Arpit Jain and currently serving as a center head at India-Namibia Center of Excellence in Information Technology. So I belong to ICT sector, and where we are doing some capacity building as well as research in ICT sector. And this center is established at NUST. So maybe in case if you would like to visit, always welcome and see how we can, take the advantage of the center to, grow in our career and do some advancement. All right. So today's specific talk, what I wanted to discuss with you is all about AfCFTA. Do you know about what exactly it is? It is African Continental Free Trade Area. Okay, so it's specifically my focus, as I mentioned that I comes from ICT background, and my focus is what are the digital innovations helping in this, free trade area, specifically in Africa continent. Okay, and how we can take advantage of this particular, establishment or the innovations which it has been done to make it more smooth and open trade for individuals, right? So that's what my focus will be today on that. And we will be specifically focusing on like the challenges in the current system, what you can do new, and how you can take advantage. So specifically this particular talk focused on entrepreneurship, the professionals, the youngsters, those who are coming up for, let's say, new startups which you are bringing, and definitely not limit to a specific country, to the whole continent. So let's talk. I will not take much of your time, but yes, we'll directly go to agenda piece. So the topic, can you just go on the first slide again? Yeah, the topic which you should understand what exactly it is: driving growth and efficiency. We are working, right? We have a lot of innovations, open trade areas where so much of work is there, but we need to be efficient, and that's what we can focus on. So driving growth and efficiency in AfCFTA, which is African Continental Free Trade Area, through digital innovation. So I will be highlighting some of the digital innovations. Might be you are aware or not, but that would be very important information where you can definitely Google later and get more insightful information about it. So we will be talking about opportunities. What are the key gain projects under AfCFTA? Okay, the role of digital innovation, that's a very important aspect which we need to understand, that how digital innovations and the technologies can help you. Because you see these days, like e-commerce websites, it is connecting not only a specific country to the whole world, okay? So that's what we need to understand, key digital tools and platforms, what are available, how this digital innovations, address the key barriers, because there are certain challenges between countries, so how we can overcome that. Challenges and what remains to be done, okay, that we will focus. Some strategic recommendations which we can take from this discussion, and finally the conclusion. Okay, so just to give you a bit of insightful information which are available on internet, and some references are mentioned, that according to African Union as well as East African Community and UNCTAO, to create a united African market. You see, individual countries, there are so many countries in Africa continent, and they have their own way of working, own trade policies, and own startups. Some they are moving fast, some they are still coping up. But still, to create a unified market, okay, is spanning similar to approximately 1.3 billion. Okay, still efforts are required there. By 2035, it is a kind of vision, okay. It could increase with this particular open trade area. It can definitely increase, income, poverty, it will reduce, and support economic inclusion, okay. Intra-African trade, currently only 16%. Intra-Africa means, see, there is an inter-Africa, which is between the African countries. Okay, intra-Africa means Africa and the other continents as well as the countries. So it's still 16%, so huge scope to work around that side. Okay, shift from commodity-driven exports now to value-added manufacturing and processed goods trade. So you see the transformations are coming. Like if you go 20 years back, traditional systems were there to do the businesses, okay, to do the trades, exchange and what. But these days, transformations are coming, and that's what you will see, the shift from the just commodity-driven to variety of, areas to work around. Next, please. So what are the key gain projects, projected under AfCFTA? You see potential income boost for Africa by 2035. That's a vision, okay? And could raise income by US dollar 450 billion, similar to that. So that's a projection that in 2035, probably we would be able to reach there. And it will definitely, as we discussed, reduce the poverty, because when more and more business, more trade area, and we can take the advantage of this open area of the trade, definitely it brings the growth and the employment. And that's where we need to work around, right? Employment is very important and key aspects. And again, I would like to mention how you can work on growth and employment. The roots are in education. You see, I also come from the education industry, and we are doing capacity building. So the roots are education. Okay, you need to get trained your youngsters, whosoever coming up in the market, to cope up with the expected standards. And from there, the growth, employment, all are connected. So growth in manufacturing, processed good trades within Africa, higher share of medium, high-tech and value-added products. You will see there are specific sectors where, a contribution can be done. But you will see generally it is promoted like, if rather than importing always, if you can produce, it will bring a lot of, value addition. It will bring employment, it will bring growth, and that's why they're talking about manufacturing. Do produce in the country, and then you can export or do the trade. So that will be benefit for individual country as well as for whole Africa, as well as intra-Africa. Next, please. So these are the roles which we need to understand. The role of digital innovation, okay? E-commerce, one of the topmost, because through that e-commerce, you can trade. It's not always like the traditional way. If you produce something, you have a manufacturing unit, you produce something, and now you are selling to other country. So you have to go and do marketing there and do find the clients and then sell. These days, digital innovations are helping you sitting in your own offices, just develop e-commerce, or it has already been there in the market. Okay, so you just upload your products, specifications, and then find the clients. So you see, you don't need to travel a lot. You can sit in your office and can reach to any corner of the world. So that's the importance. And similarly, digital payments and settlement. Earlier, there was always a problem how I can get the money or how can be paid for this particular consignment. So these days, digital payments, I hope you are aware about some globally used payments like PayPal, right? Or we have a remittance of just, doing internet banking, and there are so many these days, okay? So this actually, ease our life. Specifically, I'm talking about trade, okay? Single window trade platform, AfCFTA, okay, has this single window trade platform. So I will let you know what exactly it is. Electronic documentation. Earlier we were working on paper-based. Now PDFs, you can even digitally sign. Okay? There are difference between soft signature and digital signature. Google it later. Okay? Soft signature is just attaching an image, but digital signature is just a bit of technical term. I hope those who come from IT, they know, or those who come from the security background. Digital signature is basically where you can identify that who signed it, who is the, owner of this document. Nobody can, copy it or so. Fintech-enabled services, very important. Fintech, it's a word coming from two words, financial and the technology. So these days, I hope you all are aware, you are using those mobile apps for your bankings, right? Those are the part of the fintech, right? And there are many others which you might see, but these are some digital innovations are already there. Now you need to know what are those. Please, next. So before going to know about what are these, there are certain issues also which we need to understand, and there are some, structural barriers, and those major structural barriers are fragmented regulations. That's the biggest challenge which I see, that every country has their own policies, okay, own way of trading, own taxes, customs, different. So those fragmented regulations are one of the structural barrier to do certain trades. I hope these days you are looking at the news where from US there are, imposing of taxes on other countries. Have you seen? So those are certain regulations which can stop us to, or can be a kind of hindrance to, do the trade between the countries. Inefficient cross-border payments. Some countries allow, some countries still have certain restrictions to, get the payments and all. Long custom process, which always delays your things. Lack of trade, finance access, and infrastructure limitations. So this is also one of the challenge, and these are some barriers which we need to overcome. So today what we are discussing, first we are learning what is available so that you can take an advantage, and what are certain barriers which you need to keep in mind while working around this open trade area. Okay, so digital platform actually creates inclusive opportunities, because these barriers can be solved through digital, platforms. Like as I mentioned, there are some global payment systems. Okay, so those global payment system can help you to work around payments and all. Then this can be, very useful for SMEs, entrepreneurs, and small exporters across different African countries can more easily access market, finance, and buyers. How? Through e-commerce, through global payment systems, through some platforms which you will see in next slides. These platforms can be useful for your, process. Now, these are some key digital platforms which are already in use. I'm not sure whether you are aware about these tools or not, but these are the tools like African Trade Gateway. We call it as ATG, okay? So it's a digital single window platform. Single window means you don't need to go various platform and then, do this here and do that here. Everything is in one window. That's why it is very popular. And this was launched by AfriExim Bank plus AfCFTA Secretariat, integrated service with due diligence, payments, trade finance, partner matching, logistics, a lot of things are there. So later, just Google it and search how you can take, advantage of this type of platforms which are already there. Okay, Pan-Africa Payment and Settlement System, we call it as PAPS, P-A-P-S-S. So this platform basically help you to do cross-border payments, right? And definitely, you can use your local currencies, okay? And it definitely reduces dependencies and, some taxes, cost cuttings. There are certain things which always be the hindrance. So that is another platform. The last one is Digital Trade Facilitation Protocol, which is under AfCFTA. Okay, so it's actually legal, validity of electronic document. If you upload any document or any contract you have signed, this particular protocol help you to, validate that particular contract, validate the document. So these are the platforms basically which are already in use, and maybe many of them are not aware that how to utilize these platforms. And that's why I thought to bring in here so that you learn about that. We know that, okay, there is a African open area trade and what, but how we can take the advantage of that. And definitely with a limited resources. So internet, everyone has internet, right? We have access of internet and very good internet in Namibia, which I can say definitely. So you must use the digital platforms through which sitting at your place, you can still do a lot. Let's see next slide. So how these digital platforms, which we just discussed, solve the, key barriers. So there are barriers you can see here, like fragmented payments and currency issues. Always, like if I wanted to send currency from, let's say, Namibia to somewhere in, let's say, Botswana, or maybe any other African country, Nigeria or Tanzania, always a currency difference is there. Although South Africa and Namibia, almost we have 1-to-1, but it's still, currencies are different, right? They use rand and we have Namibian dollars. So how you can, and I think, as per my knowledge, last year it was considered, earlier you can do the payment between South Africa and Namibia, but this has been now considered as a foreign payment, right? So when you are sending payment outside the country, there are a lot of, legal things are involved. And that particular, fragmented payment and currency barriers, okay, can be solved through PAPS, which we learn about. It's a, payment system. So it enables local currency, cross-border payments, lower forex cost, and dependency on foreign currency. Because somewhere you will see a lot of dependencies comes into this foreign exchange, right? And a lot of charges incurs. So when you do business at very bulk level, when you have a heavy transaction, these small charges can also grow. So that's the reason you can use this kind of platforms and to learn about. Another is fragmented regulatory. Fragmented, why? Because every country has their own policies, own framework, own documentation delays, lot of hierarchies. No, from here we need to sign and it goes to next there and what. So how we can solve this? Digital trade protocol, which can convert all your documents into electronical contract and e-invoices, paperless customs. So it's a complete digital platform where everything is with transparency. And definitely, it is better than your manual paper, going through one place to another. The third one, lack of finance, credit. That's also biggest challenge, because when we do any businesses or trade between the countries, there is a requirement of surety of payment and all those things, or sometimes we have a limited payments or finances to work with. So ATG, remember? What is ATG? If you have noticed in my presentation. Africa Trade Gateway. Thank you. And this particular ATG and trade finance integration actually helps to connect SMEs, okay, and financier across the country, so that buyers will be there to understand and sign a contract that okay, this can be in mutual agreement, this can be go ahead. High cost and inefficiencies in supply chain and logistics. This is also one of the challenge, okay, and the barrier. So digital platforms plus integrated payments plus trade matching, all these, when you combine those platforms which I highlighted, there are many other platforms out there, but these are very impactful, which I found, okay? So this can actually help you to reduce your transactional cost, to bring efficiency in your trade, okay? Moving to next. Challenges. Now, after having so many platforms, even digital innovations are there, still there are certain challenges. So what are the biggest issues? Some supplementary issues like digital identity, data transfer, fintech regulation, and the topmost is cyber security. I hope you are aware about that. So many attacks are happening throughout the world, not only in the country, throughout the world. And the attackers and hackers, they are, as we are advancing with the new latest technologies, bringing new applications in the market, more and more attackers you are attracting also, right? So it's a proportionate. So that's the one of the challenge. Infrastructure gaps, we always look into it, that weak internet access. Okay, like we have a good internet speed, but when we go at rural areas, deep into the village, do we expect the same, or do we see the same thing? No. So we need to balance the urban and rural areas with, same internet speeds as well as, accessibility of that internet, so that we can include, it brings actually inclusivity. Limited digital infrastructure, that's also one of the challenge, and this actually impedes uniform adoption of digital trades, because okay, some of the people have the access of internet, digital platforms, definitely they will be more advanced than those who are maybe living in the village. They doesn't have any access of internet or resources. So these are some barriers, some challenges. What you need to do, as initially I mentioned, capacity building is first an important thing, and that's what I'm doing today also. I'm giving you a knowledge that what are the platforms available, right? Same way, we need to do such type of, events as well as a workshop, seminar to build the capacity, to let them learn, those who are, startups, entrepreneurs or youngsters. Then we need to bring digital literacy in the market. Okay, today I told you about that this is the platform. How to use that platform, how this platform can work for you, how you can take advantage of it. Again, that's another thing which we need to learn. So all these things, you need to learn about compliances, trust, harmonized regulation across the countries to make digital trade accessible and credible. Okay. Trade finance and logistical advancement. This is also one of the challenge which you need to explore, that what are the challenges in logistical arrangements. Okay. Moving forward, how you can overcome these challenges which we just discussed. And my always focus is capacity building. If you have knowledge, you can do anything. Okay. If you know about this platform, now tomorrow you can learn about how can I register on this platform. Next day you will learn about how can I, market my products. So capacity building, knowledge is very important. Lack of awareness will leave you behind. So please work on that. Some strategic recommendations specifically for government and policymakers. Okay, so expedite ratification and harmonization of digital trade protocol. Okay, which includes data governance, digital identity, e-documentations, which is, electronic document, okay, to enable continent-wide interoperability. Interoperability is a very critical term. Like I have heard for, I don't know about other countries, but for Namibia, you don't need a visa to travel South Africa or to Botswana, right? Only ID is sufficient. That is an example of interoperability, okay, that you can travel. But suppose if there is a restriction, always you need a visa, okay, then there are certain challenges. So that type of interoperability, we need to show that, trade can be easier. Financial sector and fintech, for them, a strategic recommendation is expand connectivity to systems like PAPSS, which we learn about, that this is a platform for payment system, right? So it can support SMEs, cross-border payments. Here you see some banking structures are rigid, more expensive, right? So what banking sectors and financial sector can do, they can bring this kind of, connectivity, this kind of payment system. A global payment can be supported maybe within Africa continent, which can ease your trade, right? So that is a recommendation. Definitely, it brings inclusive financial, access. For private sector and SMEs, those who are leading their organizations, please bring more digital platforms to work around so that you can be more efficient. Explore cross-border trades. How you can sell or, market your things outside your country. Do not limit to this specific country. Promote and adopt electronic documentation, manufacturing, agribusiness. Lot are there, but yes, the vision should be definitely not only, let's say, Namibia, it should be Africa, so that you can see a big population to serve. Right? That's the thing. Lastly, very important, academia, education and capacity building. Their task, their, recommendation to train our people in digital trade, in cybersecurity, in terms of, regulatory compliances, financial technology, so that they understand how to utilize these available resources to make our, trade more easier, right? Moving forward with a conclusion, what we discussed today. So, digital innovation as the bridge to AfCFTA promise. We have open trade area, And what we can promise, definitely this particular term represent a historic opportunity. Why historic opportunity? Because the scope is bigger, okay? And its success depends not just on tariff, but also building an efficient, liable, inclusive digital trade. Okay. Again, which we learned today, digital tools like payment system, trade platform, search, gain knowledge about what are the platforms available, what are the digital innovations were already utilized in Africa. Okay, so you must use, which can definitely make you more efficient, which can bring paperless, transactions, reduce cost, reduce your manpower. You don't need to hire multiple people to do the business. If you know the digital technologies, you can do much out of that. So with coordinated policies, investment, capacity building, and the private sector engagement, digital innovation can transform this, AfCFTA from a trade agreement into a catalyst for Africa industrialization. Okay, so things are going, but using this digital innovations, digital platforms, you can utilize the available resources, and this digital platform can act as a catalyst for sustainable growth. With that, I thank you. Any questions? Okay. None, but I hope I feel that you find this information insightful. In case if you need to contact me, definitely Ms. Elizabeth can share. And once again, to thank you to a very good audience who, I've seen interestingly watching with a curiosity. There is a lot to learn and discuss, so definitely whenever we get an opportunity to engage, we will do that. With that, thank you so much and have a fruitful day ahead.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jane. That was very insightful. I'm sure from now on, when we all leave by the end of the summit, we'll be able to have some homework and go and try and work on some opportunities that we can actually harness in, especially when it comes to digital, because, that's the direction that we're heading to. And it is very important that we take advantage of these resources that we are given. However, we'll be having now next up our session 2, the first panel. So let me just prepare my first panel because I'll be moderating them and I'm really looking forward. So I'll be sitting on the other side. Yeah, just give me 5 minutes break. ladies and gentlemen, to the Women and Youth-Led Green Trade and Digital Innovation, Session 2, that's going to be focusing on climate technology and the importance of AI in hydrogen and how we can harness. So I will be the moderator. My name is Elizabeth Simon, and I am a World Bank Youth Delegate, a climate ambassador for the Global Youth Connecting Network, as well as the country lead for the AfCFTA National the AfCFTA National Youth Fellowship Champion. So I will introduce my panel that's going to come in front, and then they will just give a short bio, introducing themselves. I'll call upon Miss Maria Shimanda. She's the managing director of Environmental Consultants and the founder of co-founder of the Namibian Rethink Waste Green Cycle Expo. So she is the managing director of the Alliance Sustainability and Environmental Consultants. Please welcome her to the panel front. And then we have Mr. Eliphas Kahorere. I hope I did pronounce that correct. He's an engineer at City of Windhoek. Please give him a round of applause. And then, last but not least, we have Mr. Michel Bala, who is the Chief Operations Officer at Luchindo Transports and Logistics. Thank you. So we're in the classroom today. Normally the panel, they all with the operator, with the moderator, but unfortunately I have to be using the PC. Okay, a very warm welcome to the panelists. Thank you so much for making it through. Could you kindly please introduce yourselves? We can start off with Ms. Maria.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Shimanda. Beyond being a sustainability consultant, I'm also a researcher. I'm an academic and also a co-founder of Namibia Rethink Waste Green Cycle Expo, which is a platform that is challenging us in terms of our perceptive, how we look at waste, which is waste is not a cost, but it's just resources that is misplaced. And this philosophy is very important as we are talking about panel discussion on green hydrogen. So this is a philosophy that I want to apply to how we can be inclusive in terms of job employment and for women and all that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maria.
Thank you. My name is Eliphas Kahorere. I'm a civil engineer by profession. I'm employed at City of Windhoek. I'm a master's in climate change student. I'm a farmer. I'm an entrepreneur as well. I do businesses. Yeah, that's me. And I'm also an MBA graduate. And what else? Yeah, I'm very fond of circular economy since I'm employed at the City of Windhoek in the waste management section or division of the infrastructure department.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eliphas. Good to have you here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mitchell Mbala. I am the Chief Operating Officer of Luchindo Transport and Logistics, one of a few services that we offer at Luchindo Transport and Logistics is that we offer a transport services for both frozen goods. It can be any type of consignments. We are also a holder of wholesaler fuel distribution licenses. So we also distribute fuel as well. But apart from that, I have interests, of course, in Internet of Things, AI, as well as green hydrogen, as well as renewable energy. This is inclusive, of course, of solar energy as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and welcome once again, Mr. Michel. It's good to have you here. If you can just please pass on the mic to Ms. Maria, because I will be starting with her. Ms. Maria, I would like to engage with you on, since on session 2 we are focusing on climate technology and hydrogen innovation, I would like to find out from your perspective, how can Namibia unlock green hydrogen opportunities for youth and women through AI-driven solutions?
Thank you very much for the question. It's a very interesting question, and I will probably be answering it in a perspective of that. I believe that true innovation is not just about deploying technologies like AI, but it's about designing an integrated system that is able to solve not just job opportunities, but also managing resources, and at the same time being inclusive across the value chain. So this is a perspective that I would want, to put out there today, and this is how I'll be basing my answer on. Okay, first, before we even talk about inclusiveness, job opportunities for the youth and for women, maybe first we need to acknowledge what are the barriers that are stopping us under the green hydrogen sector to unlock this opportunity for the youth and for women. First of all, it's more like not just skill gap issue, okay? It's also about environmental challenges that are also influencing this issue. First of all, let's talk about skill gap. The green hydrogen sector or ecosystem is more defined about high-tech, electrolysis, having a degree in engineering, but perhaps we must expand the definition beyond just, engineering. What about those non-engineering essential, communities that can be part of the green hydrogen ecosystem, okay? Number two, this green hydrogen ecosystem, according as I look at it, is more like high-level companies. What happens to companies like Alliance Sustainability and Environmental Consultant? So we want in such a way that if a bigger company like perhaps Excel Dynamic is given a project in terms of EIA, EMP, monitoring the environmental impact of this green hydrogen project, there should be perhaps like a labor plan where it includes that every bigger company should have a smaller company to be under them. Perhaps now in terms of AI, when we insert AIs into environmental monitoring, it means there's data being generated, and smaller companies can be used then to analyze this data. How can they then, integrate it and apply it to their local level, which also create ownership, not just for the youth, but for the communities around them. Number second, I also want to say this issue is also integrated in environmental challenges. One thing is water scarcity. And green hydrogen sector is a water-intensive sector, okay? And we want to look at, green hydrogen is talking about desalination, but we want green hydrogen to, project to fund youth, tech, and AIs, so that this sector, water scarcity, to be led by young people to create solution, so that then we have a solution that is just beyond looking for solution just for green hydrogen, but also for the community around. So this can be done through AI, okay? Also, I think the last one, so that I don't say much, we are also talking about green hydrogen project can also cause land degradation and all other environmental impact. However, we can have AI. Instead of having these traditional, companies doing all this, we can have AI to predict, okay, what are the, degradation that may happen in 2 years. Perhaps, for an example, we might need to plant new plant species in the area. So this is then where we integrate NGOs and local community to pick up these low-level opportunities. Because I think I had an opportunity to attend a trip in Poland, okay, as an exposure, as a delegate for Namibia. And one thing that I learned from them is they integrate the way they value NGOs, either NGOs like Namibia Rethink Waste Expo, which is led by the youth, or those NGOs that are in communal conservancies, because the green hydrogen is found in communal conservancies. We have NGOs there that can take up those, jobs at a lower level, because we know they do not have engineering, they do not understand electrolysis and all that thing. And the last one, thank you. The last one is just about waste, okay? Because at the end of the day, I'm a co-founder of Namibia Rethink Waste Expo, Rethink Waste and Green Cycle Expo. And one thing I want is for us to have synergy, this summit to also have to feel at home when you are at our expo. And all I want to say is it comes to green hydrogen sector to create a circular economy from day one. For an example, in the green hydrogen sector, they produce what we call a brine. But that brine, where does it go? How can we then use the youth and communities to be part of this circular economy? It's in such a way that we integrate AI systems in real time to check which agricultural communities around that need this demand, who need oxygen, which is a byproduct of this thing. And these are the things that can be led by the youth as they, understand AI and they are interested in those things. So in such a way I saw a presentation that talked about AI marketplace. I would want to see an AI marketplace for the green hydrogen that creates symbiosis and synergy between sectors. Agriculture, when they need the brine, for an example, the aquaculture sector, can they get it from that side through logistics of youth and non-essential, engineering companies? Thank you so much.
Wow. You said it so well in a nutshell. Well done. No, it's true what you're saying, hey, including the youth and women, right? We also speak about upper youth. Let's not forget them. So them being included in this green hydrogen, we just don't look at companies that, that are cooperative. How do we really include those that are on that level? And this is a testimony such as platforms like the Namibia Rethink, Green Recycling Expo, even the summit. We bring out this type of information so that they are able to grasp it and to know what role they can play, because it is very important, first of all, in any country to be sustainably, like when it comes to GDP, one, it has to make sure that it has the right policies. We need policymakers that do understand exactly what is the way forward. However, in a nutshell, the way you have said it, it was so amazing. So I'm going to move on to my next speaker, Mr. Eliphas, and your question goes as, how can hydrogen innovation create new green jobs and technical training pathways for Namibians in general? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, practically speaking, green hydrogen is a new industry that is coming into Namibia or has already arrived. Now, if you are a youth and you are seated there and you got to think for yourself, how do I get a job? We have a high unemployment rate in Namibia. Youth is about what percentage? We know the figures. And you are seated there, you see this huge opportunity that is coming. They are currently designing, conceptualizing and getting funding to start construction. So if you are a youth and you are seated there, you got to think for yourself. How do I position myself? I'm unemployed, I'm an electrical guy, I'm a whatever guy. How do I get into, how can I position myself? Because if you research the numbers of the number of jobs that will be available through green hydrogen, and it's a wake-up call. The numbers are very high. So you gotta mention that once they start, it's construction. So you better fix your CV so that you throw it in there, get the relevant experience already now so that when you throw in, you are competitive. Now, one has to say it in a local, Lokasi language so that you understand. There's going to be construction taking place, buildings, there's going to, after that, the setting up of the plant is ready, then they need people to run that plant 24/7. So you need technicians, you need, apart from, the whole construction that needs everybody from different sectors, IT to civil engineers to electrical engineers to every sector needs to be in, even people that are going to be putting in the IT and cabling and all that. So after that, you go into actual production. So you need operators, people, and even truck drivers. Truck drivers that are going to be hauling the hydrogen from one point to one point of, in terms of distribution and the logistical setup and stuff. And for those that are currently studying, it's also the right time to start knowing when is internship coming out so that I go do my internship there. I'm studying electrical, but what is in there for me that speaks to my field of study? So you expect this industry to create those opportunities for the youth where you can go do your internship and learn. Not only once you enter in there, you're going to be exposed to so many fields, and then the youth have to gain that experience and that knowledge so that at start maybe they will bring in people from overseas that know how to run these things, but government needs to know that the Namibian youth is unemployed. So you would want to have policies and clauses that say from your workforce, 50% should be foreigners and 50% should be Namibians. So you as a youth, you gotta be looking out for, how do I get in here so that I'm part of the 50%? So we gotta be very deliberate to put in the requirements that assist the youth to have entry level into that job, in the mainstream of things, and also the research. That needs to be localized. If you are a student, you better look at topics that speaks to green hydrogen, so that once you're done, and you put in your CV, I'm an electrical guy that has done, studies in green hydrogen. Obviously, you're going to have a very the benefit above anybody else to enter. So there is a lot of things that we need to look, opportunities that is for the youth, that you just want to ask the youth that is out there, don't wait until, what goes on in South Africa where the locals feel that the foreigners has taken the jobs of the locals and stuff. So you want to call on the Namibian youth to say, start rethinking how you position yourself so that you become a competitive candidate once green hydrogen starts, construction, operation, and also in the R&D, the research and development of the newly incoming industry, which is green hydrogen, because it's gonna come and it is here. It's just for you that as youth, get yourself ready. So once you put in your CV, you are employable. So you don't want to dwell too much on what opportunities exist, But have we thought of being part of the green hydrogen as the youth? I'm not youth anymore, so yeah. So those are my contributions in a nutshell, and you cannot say it otherwise. I thank you.
No, thank you so much. Just to add on your key points, it actually it complements what Maria just said. When it comes to green hydrogen, we are looking at those people that are unskilled. Let's focus on that, because they also fall like a bigger portion of unemployment, which we know that our GDP in our economy is made up of most of the micro, small, medium enterprises, the startups. They are the ones that create most of like a chunk of maybe 40–50%, if I'm not mistaken. However, my main concern is, how do we include them? Ms. Maria did mention that it is important that, since it's green hydrogen is more on communal land, right? And there are NGOs based in there. Most of these communal people are like, I don't want to call them really indigenous, but also they are illiterate. So how do we upscale their literacy in terms of just educating them on the basics without really having someone who's an engineer, who's not, you know, like you said, there is construction, there is building opportunity and all that. And obviously, first target, you'll want to employ the ones that obviously did the practicals and studied for it. But then what happens to the few that do not qualify, and they are most likely to be within that area? Yeah. What would your suggestions be on that?
You see, that's what I said. In terms of the policies that's going to be put up, we need to look at, you know, the local training and uptake of our youth, deliberately just for the low-income jobs that should be geared or you know, should be for the local youth of that area, of that constituency. And that's why I mentioned that if we say 50%, of that 50%, 10% should be of that specific class of the illiterate or uneducated youth that obviously there will be work for everybody in you know, you also need a cleaner, you also need, you know, in the whole chain. So that is, one needs to study as to what skills are needed. Namibia, I would say we have the VTCs, we have that rollout and training of our youth that have not been performing well at schools, which are grade 10 dropouts or school that have only reached grade 10 and stuff. So they enter VTCs and they get upskilled there. So you also don't want to discriminate against a youth that is in a rural area or in that constituency that is also not standing up to start getting ready and go to these VTCs and get that you know, upgrade in their educational those requirements that would be needed then. That is why the question remains also to the youth themselves. How will you get ready? How do you ready yourself for when the market asks, you respond properly with the right skill, the right mindset, and the right training? So we need to start getting the basics, being computer literate, being able to do this, those basic courses that doesn't really cost a lot. So we need to look inward as also as like the youth themselves to say, I'm positioning myself. So I'd rather get training other than expecting that company to now also train locals to uptake them. So there's certain minimum requirements of skills that would be needed then. But it's for the youth to start, you know, standing up and claiming those rights. So government can also, they say you can get a horse to a water point, but you cannot force it to drink. Those type of sentiments, you got to reflect as the youth and see, I better get ready for this because it's coming. And it's $1 billion industry that will invest a lot, that will create a lot of jobs, but not everybody will make it to there, but position yourself so that you can be at least one of those few that can benefit from that. Yeah.
No, thank you so much. It was quite very informative. Thank you. So move on to Mr. Michel. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I don't know if it's Michel. Okay, so the question goes to you. How can Namibia ensure environmental integrity while rapidly scaling hydrogen and climate technologies under the AfCFTA? Just quickly give me a second, sorry. Yes, under the AfCFTA. Especially, try to answer it as best fit as to how your logistic company plays in that, because you have mentioned that you actually do supply fuel, right? And obviously it has an effect on the environment as well. How do you mitigate those risks? Because you know Namibia is climate adapting. We don't mitigate, we adapt actually because of the weather. You know, it's a dry country. So just in short, if I have to repeat your question again, is how can Namibia ensure that environmental integrity while rapidly scaling hydrogen in climate technologies under the AfCFTA? Like trading within different countries. Thank you.
The question is quite very fair. It's quite very difficult to speak after great minds have spoken. So I'm going to try my level best to attend to your question. Firstly, what I want to indicate firstly is that currently I'm following closely the new administration, which is driving inclusivity currently, where everyone shouldn't be left out. So now this now brings us to attend also at the grassroots. So Namibia is our home. We have no other. My mother, when I was growing up, used to tell us that you first clean your own home before you can go and clean another one's home. So by so saying, this now brings me to the start of my answering, which is that Namibia is quite very able to grow in hydrogen rapidly, although we also have to consider protecting the environment. So there are certain principles that I've just digested just now, which I'm going to mention, of course. Number one, we need to stick to a policy that I'm going to title as protect first and then approve first. So what I mean by this is that we need to create no-go zone areas, especially when it comes to sensitive ecosystems, right? And then what we do also is that we also develop a fashion of approving first the renewable energy development zones that are already pre-assessed. So that's what we do. That's number one. Number two, we need to work on water management, which we are all aware of that green hydrogen, of course, is working with water. So we have to utilize seawater and then limit our usage of fresh water. The third one is that we also have to subscribe, to standard certifications that are within the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. We need to subscribe to the standards so that we are trusted regionally as well as around the globe. The fourth one is that we also have to attend to our communities. You know, we need to supply jobs. I heard my senior was talking about jobs here. We need to talk to skills. We need to also be transparent in a sense to say that everyone else should have access to these things, so that no one is left out. And the fifth one, I would say, basically just conscientizing. When it comes to our business, Luchindo Transport and Logistics, when we speak to fuel distribution, is that the environment is our number one consideration when we are setting up depots and all those sort of things. So we have to understand and stay very far away from sensitive ecosystems. So I don't know if I answered the question in the right way. Thank you.
No, you did, definitely in a nutshell, you did. And it just comes back to our mastering classes, or one of the presentations that I've seen that states that it is very important to open up green hubs, certifications, green certifications of hubs. It comes back to regulations. So yes, it comes back again to green certifications hubs where we need to have like implementations and so forth. And when we look at biodiversity, we look at implementing the right strategies, right, for all these regulations that needs to be upholded, and so that it can hold people accountable, you know, especially when it comes to adapting and mitigating climate changes. One of the questions that I have, and any of the panel can actually answer this, is what type of IoTs or grids can we actually make use of when it comes to green hydrogen? So these are like smart technologies, right? That that one can detect, like you have said. What was is it Barham? Yes, Barham. For example, what IoTs or grids can we use to determine when they are being like it's a hazardous sort of like thing that's harming the environment? Have you guys ever thought of any IoTs or grids that can be implemented? Okay, especially maybe for City of Windhoek. I think this question is actually for you. Because I asked this question before at the Waste Expo as well, but didn't really get an answer to that because it was still busy being implemented. But I just wanted to know if there is any in that area.
I'm not currently aware of that. It's just that environmentalist consultants, when they do these studies, they also make use of satellites and images and so on. So there is, you know, an integration of different systems and platforms that you must use. After you have extracted, you use another software to analyze your satellite images and this kind of thing. So it's an integrated, so it's been done. It's happening. It's just how do you bring it to the green hydrogen industry to make use of that, to see what is the environmental effects that this is posing to the environment and so on. So these technologies exist, but it's just maybe, and green hydrogen production is happening elsewhere. So I think we need to benchmark. We need to steal those ideas as to how are they monitoring environmental compliance and things like that. So I don't think it's really a difficult thing that we can tap in the knowledge base of things. So I trust and believe that Australia, you know, other countries are advanced in those sectors. So we just need to steal from there.
No, that was very well answered. Thank you so much. Oh, Ms. Maria, you want to add?
Yeah, he actually put it correct, well said. Perhaps my question will always be, as somebody of experience with EIAs and EMP, maybe we need more of like an AI-enabled governance, environmental governance. How do we integrate those monitoring sensors? You know, for an example, groundwater. I think we are already monitoring groundwater, salinity, the level of the water dam and all that. So perhaps it's just in such a way that do we have a political and a corporate will in terms of governance to make sure that this happen, not just I hope it will happen, but do we have that governance that can mandatory or make it mandatory that with your EIA and with your EMP, when you are monitoring your environmental, impact throughout, it should have sensors, it should have, as he said, satellite images to see also the combined impact, not just for green hydrogen, but also sectors that are around green hydrogen. What is the combined impact of green hydrogen, agriculture, tourism, and mining, especially in that area? Thank you.
Yes, no, I absolutely agree. So I would say that you're suggesting that obviously there should be a Ministry of AI. Don't you agree?
I think they even released a challenge 2 months ago about integrating AIs, monitoring into these things. I think they are the best way to push that agenda, and also to not forget the Ministry of Environment, because at the end of the day, they are the one that are enforcing compliance in terms of environmental, which also include green hydrogen.
So we need policies in a nutshell that says that it's integrated, like Ministry, Environmental Investment Fund, Ministry of Environmental and Tourism, together with MICT.
We don't actually need a new one. We just need to enhance what already exists. Perhaps there are chapters that we need to revisit or to add. Instead of creating another AI, policy and all that, we can integrate. As I've said, we need a system that is designing to solve not just one issue, but everything else. Thank you.
All right. No, thank you very much. This was very productive. Is there any contributions that you still want to give off?
I think in the earlier question that you have asked me, is that there was a survey that was done. I think the results should be online, and it's the skills gap study that was done in Namibia to identify for green hydrogen economy what skills are lacking in Namibia. And you also remember that some companies sponsored some youth to go abroad. I know it's Germany to study and so on. So your question linking to that, it speaks to the earlier identification of the shortfalls or, the capacity within our youth and preparation towards the green economy development. So there were initiatives already that was done by the government and those that were in the hydrogen space. So it is there. So one just needs to do a little bit of research and understand what skills you need so that you're ready yourself, like I alluded earlier. Yeah.
No, thank you.
My final addition is that a piece that's not well positioned is useless, even for those that are chess players. So you need to move your pieces in the right position for them to be able to strike a blow. So in essence, what I'm just saying is that for all of us that are here, those that are also listening or online, is that the time is now, Africa is now, and the time for Namibia is now. Let us position ourselves, conscientize ourselves with the content of both green hydrogen and all these other items that are being brought forth, so that when the time comes, we are in a better position to represent Namibia, both regionally and globally as well. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. That was quite very insightful from my panel. Is there any questions before we close it? Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My question is directed to Mr. I was not here when you were introduced. What's your name? Mitchell Bala. You mentioned that you are in the supply chain for hydrogen, right? You are a supplier for fuel. Okay. So I just have one question. Like for a young person that is maybe seated in the room or watching through the live stream, if they want to set up a business to maybe also just follow your step foot or maybe set up a company so that they can also become a supplier for the hydrogen sector. What advice would you give the youth?
Thank you so much for that beautiful question. Firstly, we have to understand that information is the first thing that we have to seek when we are looking to invest into a certain business. So I would encourage intensive research. That's number one. And number two, you need to be compliant. So this now brings in bodies like BIPA. You need to also engage with the Minister of Mines and Energy as you are gathering information. But however, starting a business, I find that it's the easiest thing that you can do, but running it is where the challenge is, because there will be trials here and there. There will be doors that will be closed before your face. But however, if us that started earlier were able to do it, I believe that even someone sitting in Tumkwe or Katima or wherever they are, they can start by gathering information first. Understand the market first. Once you understand the market, how it operates, who controls, how is the pricing, and all these aspects, who is your supplier, who are you going to supply, all these, once you have them, then the road should be clear for you. I hope I answered the question.
No, and that's it. Oh, sorry, is there still any other other burning question? Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question goes to all the panels. Anyone can answer. For someone who's hydrogen illiterate, like me, how do you explain what hydrogen is, and how does the market look like? How does the labor market look like? What are we exporting in terms of trade?
All right, okay. So I've been following green hydrogen since the late president, may his soul rest in peace, Dr. Hagi Gengop. I've been following hydrogen. I myself was not really well equipped with green hydrogen. So I went in, like I indicated earlier on a research. So where we are looking to export green hydrogen mostly, if you look at most of the people that are investing in these projects, these are Europeans. So what I would advise, especially for someone like you in terms of market, I'm just going to answer this in the perspective of the market, then I'll leave the other simplification of what green hydrogen is to my seniors. So you have to be, firstly, connected in order for you to be able to participate in this. There are permits that are in place in terms of when you need to export and export. So you need, in a nutshell, you just need to be compliant. You need documentations. You need to understand who you are selling to and where are you getting the product from currently. So that is for you to go and research on who can supply you with this product. There are already participants that we are aware of already that are busy in the cost already. So you conscientize yourself with who are producing this and who to supply to. I will leave the rest to.
Okay, just to add before the next question, what role can you play? I've attended the masterclass of hydrogen in 2023, and there is such a huge opportunity for everyone. That's like a big cake, right? There is space in transportation, just transporting hydrogen itself. There is a marketplace whereby as well you can store ammonia. You don't have to know what is ammonia, but you can, you can have a facility for that where you can store it. In transportation, you can have the transportation itself, not just transporting the hydrogen. So that's a two. It's like there's a market for hydrogen itself, for the transportation, for storing it, and also the process of getting hydrogen. So what you need actually to ask yourself is, I need to do some research and find out what is hydrogen. Hydrogen is not even green. It's very clear, but we just call it green hydrogen, because it has to have a fancy name. So at the end of the day, you have to position yourself as a youth, right? Sorry for saying it that way. So actually, you have to position yourself in a way whereby you just do your homework, because everyone can fit in. And trust me, we are not even developing. We are not even in the first phase yet. We are at an implementation phase, meaning there is enough time for you to equip yourself, because it will only start yielding in 2030. You have more than enough time right now, not yielding, but probably starting in 2030, heading to the next future. To the next years that are still coming. So just do a bit of more research and see where you can place yourself. Collaborate. Keep attending a lot of summits. That's where you network with investors. Once you know your niche, it is very easy, like you, to get even funders who can believe in your idea, in your solutions, and that's why in your problems, and that's why it is very important to know what is the problem that you really need. It needs to be very clear, and you need to have a solution based on that. You need to have a clear financial clarity in terms of when an investor look at what is the rate, what is their return of investment, what is their payback period. You need to know all that. And it's just basics. Yes, sometimes it sounds rocket science, but the good news about AI, there is ChatGPT. You can simplify it and it will speak to you in that language. I think there was another burning question as well.
Before you move, there was a question of what is green hydrogen.
Yes.
Right? Green hydrogen is a gas that is produced from water. Water is made up of hydrogen and oxygen, H2O. So through a process of electrolysis and whatever, you extract green hydrogen gas and then release the oxygen in the atmosphere. And then hydrogen is a gas that you can use in multiple industries. You can burn it and generate electricity or whatever. It's called green because you use renewable energy like solar and wind energy to produce it in your system. So it's produced without releasing carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. That's the effects about green hydrogen. So because of climate change, countries are shifting their energy production or the sources of energy production from fossil fuels to renewable energies. So green hydrogen becomes then in demand because of that compliance and the new world order to be compliant and in terms of environmentally conscious and shifting to other sources of energy and stuff. So that is in a nutshell green hydrogen, just to answer on that, but I don't know if there's anything to add.
Nothing really. I would say we will not really answer your question fully. However, what I can recommend is, I'm also in environmental, but I didn't know about green hydrogen before. I've attended a course online through the University of Sweden. A university in Sweden is, I think the certificate is green hydrogen for sustainable solutions. That's how I ended up knowing what green hydrogen is. Otherwise, no matter, as Mr. Kahorere said, as the youth, you need somehow to start somewhere, because we cannot, they cannot just find you. You do not even understand what is green hydrogen. So that is something that you can do on your own. And I think that's where I also end to understand that green nitrogen is not just the green nitrogen that is there. I think there's also another one called gray hydrogen or black. It's just that the green hydrogen is more environmental friendly in such a way. Not that it's a fancy word, it's talking to that. So I would put that to you and perhaps just build from what I've told you now and just do your own research. Thank you.
I also just want to add that the green hydrogen economy does not only speaks to the factory of green hydrogen. Outside, when people step out, they need accommodation. There's other businesses or supplying branded T-shirts for these companies. So they're in the whole chain of things. There's different businesses, even catering. If you set up your stall or whatever outside and you just sell fat cakes to the people in that factory, you're already part of the green hydrogen economy. So you gotta think, at one point when I was doing my studies, I wanted to start thinking of relocating to Lutherans, just so that I buy land, that housing is gonna be one particular aspect. So I started asking the colleagues there working for Lutherans municipality or town council, where is the land? So when they want to build houses, because imagine 3,000 employees working for Kahorere hydrogen production factory. So and they need, all 3,000 people need accommodation, and that already, if you do studies on Lutherans housing demand, you will know that they need 8,000 housing before green hydrogen already, for instance. So if you buy Evans and you sell at that time, imagine at what price just as a real estate agent or developer. So it's how you position yourself in the whole value chain. That is just my other additions to your question, just to bring it down to a layman person on the street. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the explanation. Well, since the summit is about green tech and AI and hydrogen, I wanted to ask, what's the relationship between hydrogen and AI? Since hydrogen has to do with sustaining the environment as well, because it reduces, sorry, I forgot those. Yes, greenhouse gases. So what's the relationship between AI and amongst all this?
All right, no, thank you for the question. So AI, the importance of AI in hydrogen, right? AI is just tools, like, let me say, tools that you use, like IoT tools or grid tools to determine certain, like I mentioned earlier, when, is it Baram, right? Yes, I was kind of forget it. Like, to determine, like, if there is more of it or if there's less of it or if it's harmful. So that's the importance of it. And also the importance of AI, it is just to it's cutting operational costs. Expenses that you might be like spend more, you can use an IoT to determine that, because you might be just doing something related maybe to harming the environment, but you don't even know, and it's going to cost you at a later stage. Yes, so technically, in a nutshell, I think that would be my answer. Can anyone contribute to that? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the question is to all of you. Anyone can answer. So the report that you talked about the skills. Oh, okay, my bad. Okay, so my name is Ndapewa Shilongo. I am a student at NAST and I am doing industrial engineering. And one thing that I actually find very challenging is how can I position myself into the green hydrogen space? I'm still yet to do research on what institutions in Namibia offer courses, training courses, so that when I actually do end up in the industry, I'm relevant and I have the relevant degrees. So that's where I'm a bit stuck on. Do these institutions actually offer courses that are relevant, and are they up to standard? And also with the online certification that you did, I have a question. Is online certifications, are they relevant, right? Especially as a student, or should I go about actually going into the field and gaining like practical, or how do I go about that, you know? And also with NAST, this is just my opinion, I think the link between the institution and the industry, I think is very weak. Yeah, it is. I don't think we are really exposed. We actually don't know a lot, or maybe it's just something that I'm not aware of. Maybe we are, but I haven't really seen anything that's been happening. I mean, recently there was a 3-day skill. I think it was with, I forgot the company's name, but yeah, they had some sort of master class or whatnot. I hope my question is clear though.
Thank you so much. Also, with a little bit background from academics, I understand. However, I would say the online certificate that I got, one thing that I do when I'm looking for online courses is that I need to find it from an accredited institution. Okay, and as I'm saying, it's a university in Sweden, which is well accredited, and one of the funders of the certificate is well, you know, UN, what, and all that. So for me, I would testify and say it was great for me, because as I'm talking now as a panelist, without that certificate, I wouldn't be saying what I'm saying, okay? And I think I've also had the privilege to be shortlisted in some of green hydrogen senior level position. Even though I might not have got it, is that with that certificate I put it in, and they've reflected in the interview that is also one of the reasons why they called me there. So as an academic, as a student, I would advise that you start doing that, because it will be really weird to go attend a master class on green hydrogen when you are just waiting to be defined from green hydrogen to what is separating water. So you need to go somewhere with a foundation. I think that is something that we don't do as the youth. You need a foundation. You need to go on YouTube. What is green hydrogen? How can I be part of green hydrogen? So those kind of things, especially that you're in engineering, it's actually easier for you to get an online course, because it's just advancing what you already have. And this sector is engineering based. It wants more like engineering, you know, people. So I think for me, that's the advice I will give you. Thank you. Sorry? Sorry? Yeah, she need to start from the basics. And as I'm saying that, if you get my number, I'll be able to give you the online course. I've given it to so many people. I talk to people that every year as a student, sometimes, you know, in class, you should at least attend one online course that, you know, help you when you are going to go in the market, that it's, you know, upscale your skills so that people can look at you different, so that you can be a panel of a discussion that you also didn't know, you know, something like that. Thank you.
Just a small contribution. The current educational degrees are not phasing out, but they are becoming obsolete. There is a new, I'm a studied like civil engineer by profession, and I'm employed in the waste management sector, which is a subsection of civil engineering. And I would manage waste for City of Windhoek and so on. But I happen to, the transition now is in the financing of waste in the climate change space. So my educational background would not support where the industry is going into now. And also the readiness of higher education in offering these degrees might not be at a pace that suits you. But maybe they are currently also now in the development space of trying to change the curriculum so that it accommodates the new industries of climate change and, green hydrogen and all these type of things. So it's up to you to start now equipping yourself with different other fields that obviously fits to your future ambitions, so that you become employable and knowledgeable in other sectors, but that speaks to your field. As an industrial engineer on a green hydrogen plant, imagine yourself doing that, but you have no green hydrogen background. So when you apply and say, I'm an industrial engineer, but I have knowledge in climate change and green hydrogen and whatever. So you position yourself ahead of others. So they need to handpick you. And obviously understanding in what spaces you are moving in that interest you. So you need to really do cross-cutting,
My advice to you, I think my seniors have already touched base, but I think what she said in terms of accredited institutions, I think this should be a pivotal point that you can start on. But also, I would also request you to also adopt a principle that is called learn as you go. So you need to learn as you go. You have to take it easy on yourself. It's not, yes, it's not easy. Plus, I also want to highlight what Ms. Elizabeth had indicated earlier on, where she indicated that within the hydrogen sector itself, we are not limited. You can be a transporter or whichever you yourself find that, okay, this is something that I am tolerant to. Of course, having the qualification that you have. I think that's my insight.
Okay, I think we are behind schedule, really. So is there still any other questions, or can we just wrap up this panel? Because we just have one more presentation that needs to run up, and then we go on a 30-minute break because the production needs a little bit of rest. We good? Thank you very much to the panel. It was quite very informative, educational, and thank you once again for making it through. Please clap hands for them. Right. I just quickly want to, sorry, this is one information